Morning. How's it going? Fuck, is it actually too warm in here? That's crazy. So this is going to be mostly a cleanup stream, actually. There we go. So if we don't get as many people sticking around as usual, I wouldn't be too surprised. This is mostly going to be finishing up pages 25 and 26. Which is largely going to mean backgrounds and tech and fucking greats and all that stuff. All the best stuff, I suppose. Hey guys. It's like, well, if we have to, we have to, right? Yep. No, we got to do what we got to do. It's not, I mean, I've been waiting for like 3 weeks for this page to just magically finish itself. It hasn't happened yet, so I think we got to help it along a little bit. Be interesting to see what kind of stuff this inspires on the Discord, actually. It's like, draw backgrounds for 3-4 hours. And think, oh shit, that makes me think of backgrounds I should be drawing. Seems unlikely. Watch this page take like 45 minutes to finish. That's usually how it goes. There are like maybe one or two Return of the Living Dead scenes that stick out into memory. Oh, for real? I should get you to draw mine, man. I can't stand them. Like, at all. Oh my god. Like, if it ends up looking good, that's one thing, because then it's like, oh shit, that was all worth something. But so often, it's not, it's not really, it doesn't match the fidelity of what I do with the figures. No, that's not quite. So like, and it's like, yeah, that's, you can try, but you still made this dude look a lot better. So I guess it wasn't good enough, eh? You know. And yeah, and Raven, I guess you would be more likely to draw like the Tarman than what's her name dancing. And I've seen more of Tarman kind of stuff from you. Some guys, are just like, oh no, you're a what's her name dancing kind of guy. I'd probably be there with you, to be honest. Just because it'd be like, oh god, drawing women, no. Maybe let me draw monsters instead. Actually, say that like that's like a second place or something. I'll draw monsters any day of the week. Oh yeah, that's from when I shredded the ruler there. Shit. Monster women have their place. I was gonna make a kitchen joke. Shit. The cave kitchen? No. Let's just leave that one alone. The punk teens riding in the caddy. I'm trying to remember the last time I watched that movie. I think it wasn't too long ago, but I still don't remember a ton from it. That's the thing with Return of the Living Dead. It's all about either the Tarman or what? God damn it! What is her name? No, I was gonna say Julie Newmar. No, that's fucking Catwoman. Well, that's Return of the Living Dead 2, anyway. I guess. No, that is the first one. Linnea Quigley. That's it. I'd like those to be wider. Do we freehand? Yeah. Do I have another template that will work? Not really. Oh, maybe. It's not quite a circle. Got that off center, didn't I? Yeah, kind of. Wow. Managed to get that almost exactly the same. Weird trips issued to never heard of it. Okay. Oh yeah, wait, man, yeah. That must be like just one of your movies. Thinking about it. It's like with your thing for B movies and monsters and all that, like that's got to be right up there. And gross monsters at that. It's off center, isn't it? Maybe. Oh, really? Okay. Because you get those people who are like, no, Return of the Living Dead is one of the greatest movies of all time. And it's like, really? Is it? I just thought there was a chance you might be one of those people. No judgment or anything. You know, like I'm not saying anything about your character. Are you thinking of Dawn of the Dead? Return of the Living Dead is very different. Return of the Living Dead is a punk movie from the early 80s. Pretty low budget. I feel like you're an RLM guy. We discussed RLM, right, Brain? Because they featured they did a review on Return of the Living Dead #1 actually with Freddie Williams. Freddie Williams, is he? I know they feature plenty of Canadians on that show. I don't know if I ever. Freddie Williams II, American. Okay. No, he's not one of the many Canadians they feature there. That's all right. Colin or the other guy. I don't remember his name now. I haven't seen him in a long time. Colin's all right, though. I'll let him represent us. He's one of those guys who's like, I can do voice impressions. And he's like, okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead, you skinny little freak. And he does it. It's like, oh, shit, yeah, you can. Yeah, both of them are, I think. Oh, Christ. I wish I didn't remember the other guy's name now. That guy's fucking weird, but just sits there kind of like looking mopey. And then busts out a hilarious Scottish accent. And I was like, okay, I guess you do have a personality. Yeah, I like those episodes where they're just like, because they get them on for like practical revisits. So like you get Cullen on for The Thing, obviously, and he can just rave, or Blade Runner. That was fine. Freddie T. Williams. Is that a different one than Freddie Williams the second or third? I thought he was a third, but they say second online now. Yeah, that's Freddie E. Williams. Okay. Which team in particular? I ended up looking okay. Something about Freddie Williams' style I just can't get behind. I'm not sure what it is. It might be like a bit of a Capullo kind of thing. It feels like he kind of has that. I've never been able to fully dig on Capullo's style. I don't know what it is. Maybe a little leftover resentment for him not being McFarlane. So you just can't ever get rid of it. He's gonna start raining again, probably. It's funny because I finally took a look at his some of his Batman run, because I never seen it, right? Because like I can't get into DC stuff for the most part. It's I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's any worse than Marvel to me, but it is. And it's like that. It's some spectacular stuff. It's unreal, like just how much shit he packs into every panel, and how good everything looks. There's still that little bit of like, oh, why can't you be Todd? '03, I think. Do it. Wait a minute. Where'd the '03 go? That's maybe a good question. Is that the '03? It is, dude. Okay. I don't know, to be honest. I don't try to copy anybody's lines, really. Like when I'm doing those homage things, that's one thing, but it is very far out of my wheelhouse. I'm kind of trying to get like a splat work ethic going at least. And it'll never happen, you know. And that's okay because I do want to actually like finish these. Oh, we might. It's only we might have lost him. He tends to. I know the connection isn't always as good as it should be for some reason. I don't know what's up with that. And actually, it did rain here yesterday, like quite a bit. So there might be atmospheric interference. That seems likely. Could be. I think we had 3 before, but yeah. But yeah, I'd have to say anybody I'm thinking of at all when I'm drawing, when it's like, oh yeah, maybe a little bit more like this. If anybody, it's probably Platt. Just from like a more lines kind of perspective. You know, you finish up a panel and it's like, really? You finished? That's it? You think Platt would have been finished? It's like, oh fuck, no, he wouldn't have. He would have kept going for another 3 months. Oh, okay. Maybe, yeah. Rob for what? I don't think I mentioned Rob yet today. Oh, for Capullo. Yeah, no, I did say Todd. I don't think I've ever, you know, thought less of a person for not being Rob. It's funny. I got the Brigade Number 7 revisit coming out tomorrow, which is one of the last Merritt Michaels issues. And I mean, Merritt Michaels does not do anything remotely worth talking about after Brigade. Except maybe that Blindside thing. I might check that out at some point. Oh, yeah, no, it'd be weird to just be like, nope, we're done with Merritt, I guess. Of course, it's also weird to be the guy who has made a video about every single comic that Merritt Michaels has drawn for Rob Liefeld. It almost feels like an accomplishment until you had to like explain it to somebody. Get a little better with the feathering on this thing. There we are. Let's see here. And of course, all the cross hatching I do is taken from Gerhard, who did the backgrounds on Cerebus. Now, if you're a background guy, actually, that'd be worth checking out. Because that guy, like, he would do everything he could to make it, like, pretty much photorealistic. And it usually involved just cross hatching the shit out of everything. But he managed to do it in a way that it didn't just turn into, like, a big wall of gray, which is what mine tend to look like if I start doing that stuff. Michael's on Rising Stars. Not to the best of my knowledge. I think that was Ian Churchill, right? I don't know much about Rising Stars. He might have. Like, he might have been doing backgrounds or speed lines or something. Who knows? Hey, and Ellis. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, J. Michael Straczynski, right? That's the Babylon 5 guy, right? Okay, I think I need new tape on this thing. This tape has been sitting out in the open for 3 weeks. Hang on. Yeah. Okay, I'll keep on this one. Man. Just turned off the sound for a second there so I can grab something to eat real quick. I feel the gurgling starting. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Fine up until now. Yeah, no, if you're a background guy, that is the shit to get. And it's funny. I think I saw an interview with him once where they were like, what references do you recommend? And he referenced some like 70-year-old illustration book where like every and it's like that nobody ever heard of. He's like, this is the real shit. It's like, oh fuck, I bet it is. But yeah, my friends and me were obsessed with Gerhard's cross hatching when we were younger. So now it's like an integral part of my style. I can't get rid of it. Which is funny because like it's so anti-image. Cross hatching's in there, but not like tight cross hatching, not not cross hatching for value. Oh yeah, that's the screen doors, right? Like it's not cross hatching really, even really. It's just like making lines to fill space, so nobody knows that you didn't draw a background. I'm getting a little bit back into um, kayfabe. I find just like I don't know. They might just be hitting stuff that I want to I want to hear people talk about. But I've watched a few more kayfabe videos than normal in the last little while. There was a while there where I'd kind of given up on it. Which is a little bit funny because I essentially do the same thing, but and kayfabe's a big reason why I do this because a big thing was just how much of a dick Piskor is. you know, it's like, oh fuck, you're allowed to say shit about things, right? So it's like it's not like I go out of my way to be an asshole, except maybe with Merit a little bit. But you don't have to suck up to every little thing either. Yeah. Yeah, or like some of his early New Mutant stuff where it's just like tiger stripes. I've got it in here somewhere. I want to say like around 98, actually, 99, something like that. This is the what do they call it? Facsimile edition. But like, look at this shit here. That is nothing. That is so much nothing. And it's on like every page. Jesus, so fucking shiny. I'm sure there's stuff with, oh, maybe that, well, I mean, there's stuff here, which is just, yeah, pointless. Like if you don't draw a background, just don't draw a background. This fucking shit here, which he does all the time at this time. It's infuriating. Been around. No, I don't even think it's there. I think it's the 100th one. Look at that shit. Yeah, like just, yeah. It's pretty bad. Oh, I think you got Merritt to do some speed lines. This kind of stuff where it's just like, you know, look at that shit. That was probably drawn on a Post-it, though. Terrible. Look how random all this stuff is. Like, he has no idea what he's drawing. Just fill in space. Who'd ink this shit? The inking looks absolutely terrible on this. It's not. It can't be Wyachek anymore. Or Barta. I think this is... I don't think it is Liefeld. They say it's Liefeld. Unless he blew up his own inks. This is probably either Merritt or Mark Pasella or Dan Panosian or one of those kind of flunky guys. Did who do what comic? It's funny seeing lines pop up that I'm making that I don't remember deciding to try and emulate. Like Lionel Francis Yu. I see his lines. I end up doing his lines fairly often every once in a while. That's the, oh my God, I can't believe I just said that. Every once in a while, I kind of remember to make my Lionel lines, and I enjoy them quite a bit. I'll put it that way. But I don't remember a conscious decision to start drawing more like Lionel Francis Yu. And same with, what's his name? Who did Preacher? Steve Dillon. I really liked Steve Dillon on Preacher, and apparently liked him so much that I kind of incorporated some of his, like some of his little feathering bits. I don't remember thinking like, yeah, no, I got to use that shit in my style. Oh, the New Mutants? No, I was doing them in sequence, and honestly, I'm getting to the point where I'm like fucking sick of them because they're just bad. I was thinking I would find like a bunch of cool shit and go, okay, this explains Rob Liefeld's popularity, and there's like nothing in there as far as I can see that's any kind of good. It's just hot garbage. I think I was going to take a break from it. I got up to like issue 89. I should do the Deadpool one, at least I'd get some views. No, it's not wide enough. Hmm. Yeah, no, it feels like Rob would do a lot of just like, oh, this is how we do things. Well, I'm going to do it as much as humanly possible. So it's like found out that you are allowed to, homage pages and panels and covers and that kind of thing every once in a while if you do it right. And then cool, I'm going to do an homage for every single cover. I'm going to reference every drawing that I have difficulty with. I'm going to steal from like John Buscema or Jack Kirby or something. Or freaking Steve Ditko. Like, get the fuck out of here. And it's always so obvious and blatant when he does it too. It's like, okay, so obviously you're not trying to hide this. So what are you doing exactly? And it's like I think he thinks it's just okay for him to do whatever as long as he's the one making the money. That might be it. to the point now where he's like, okay, you know what? Everything I do is okay because I'm a huge draw, and I always make the money. It's like, oh. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, Jim Lee did that too, where he just like slapped his name on things and then got Brett Booth or Richard Bennett or whoever to finish up something for him. We're moving into that part of Wildcats now, actually, with the Chris Claremont issues, where it's like there's more other guys than Jim Lee on those. Or like the Savage Dragon X month issue, which is a fucking just disgrace. Yeah. And like there's the thing is there's the studio production method can do some great shit. I mean, that's Homage Studios when it started. You know, that those Uncanny X-Men issues that the Jim Lee run. That's I mean, it's as much the Scott Williams run or the Whilce Portacio run. And that's really what he built his name off of. And it's great looking comics, but it's not Jim. Or not 100% Jim. Not even 50% Jim, I don't think. He's just the finishing guy. And he just took that method and was like, okay, this worked perfectly. Now I'm going to do it with people who are unknown and not that good at drawing. It's like, you know what? You don't get the same results somehow. You get comics out on time. I guess that's as much as you can. If that's all you're looking for, then that's fine. They could. No, for sure. I mean, like they're actual like masters and shit. It is funny hearing how much Wally would just like, I don't know, cut corners at every opportunity. But it's like, you know what? I mean, I kind of trust him to figure out what corners he can cut. Rob don't know shit about drawing. When he cuts corners, I think it's because he's lazy, not because he's, when Mark Silvestri cuts corners, most of the time it feels like, okay, he knew what he was doing here until he also gets lazy. But who, Wally Wood? Yeah. I don't know about him always being late. I have no idea. I've never heard that. I haven't heard anything about how he did on his schedule. I assume that's why he did it that way. Or just like, why bother when when this already exists? Just photocopy it. But yeah, these days I'm pretty much of the opinion now that the Image guys shouldn't have been doing monthly comics. They should be doing bi-monthly. So that they can actually get the line work in that they need to. And then you get great looking comics. It comes out on a regular schedule. It's just not, as often as you'd like, but nobody gets yelled at. Of course, they probably start taking advantage of that and start being late anyway. Oh, okay, Rob, yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. It's funny. Yeah, I've never really read up a whole lot on old artists and stuff. Not really. Like what they were like. Except for Steve Ditko, just because he's fascinating. It's like, man, you made your life so much harder than it needed to be. But if you get some peace of mind, it's like, okay. Sure. Why not? And I am taking so much time on this fucking gun. This is why I didn't want to do this page, I think. Yeah. No, he must have been, man, that must have been something, having to be his either writer or editor and just not knowing what you're going to get sometimes. Like, nope. Ditko felt morally that this page needed something else. So he took us through an LSD adventure, and if you mention LSD with it to him, he will like, he'll quit the company immediately. Oh, how are we doing? I'm trying a little too hard to get details in. They don't all have to be there. You don't have to cover every single square space. Square inch of space, rather. Squarespace. Sponsor me, Squarespace. I gotta wonder about shit like that. The Fabricast? No. No. You know what? I haven't gotten new art stuff for a while, so I haven't looked into getting anything because I haven't really needed it. I mean, I've been kind of broken shit since Christmas anyway, but it's like I've got all this stuff I need for the most part. No, that's too. You'll have to remind me at some point. Still not really in a position where I can start ordering off the internet again. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Yeah, no, I did that for a long time, and now I've got this like massive amount of just stuff that maybe I'll use someday, maybe I won't. So I guess since Montoya's here, that means it's time for me to go for a cigarette, right? Just kidding. Yeah. I think I'm actually going to get this page done today, at least. That's something. Yeah, no, I just got way too much shit now. And like, it's like there's all sorts of stuff I haven't tried out that would probably make things either easier or more interesting. And it's like I can't justify getting it because I've already got all sorts of stuff that, I thought would be cool and then it turned out it wasn't. Or, that I thought would be cool and then I haven't tried. Yeah, we may have been here before. This is a cleanup stream. This is stuff I meant to finish like almost a month ago. And never got around to. So you know what? Fuck it. We just gotta do a stream where I finish up everything. I haven't done anything extra on page 26 either. Like the full page Popo splash, which is a great splash, but it's like you can't have him floating there in nothing. It's like, well, I don't want to fill in the nothing though. That's not fun. And with the with the what was the finger thing? Oh yeah. With the homage with the homage covers, I was able to kind of put this off and be like, yeah, no, I'll totally finish it at some point. Got like a little bit done, like maybe like worked on it for like half an hour. Just like no, and it's like nah, okay, it's got to be a stream. It'd be nice to get these done because I'll actually be able to get a couple of page commentaries like in reserve. Right now, it's like I better get a page done every week of some kind because if I don't, then I will have nothing for Saturday. I suppose if I don't have something for Saturday, it's not the worst thing, but Spawn number 49. You're getting up there, man. Give you credit, man. I might get to like Spawn number 49 eventually, but the only way I will be through the channel. There's no way I'm reading those. Having to read Todd's dialogue for 50 issues. Good God. I guess he hires somebody at some point, right? And then just still tries to claim some kind of record for putting out more issues in service. It's like I don't think there's anything really comparable there, man. That's like a perfect response. I'm drawing a caddy full of zombies, you know? You talk about Eric Silvestri and Brandon Choi. I'm glad, like, the rest of the comic world, meaning, like, you know, the two or three other people that I've seen have an opinion on this, are of the same mindset as me, which is that Todd didn't do fucking shit. Like, you know, you ran an empire. I'm not going to say that didn't take work, but, you know, you're not a record-setting comic artist. Sorry, man. Mm-hmm. No, yeah. And I mean, Cerebus was essentially one guy and his dude who did backgrounds, who did a lot. Like, you know, there's more Gerhard ink on those pages than Dave ink, I would imagine. But yeah, two guys for, like, well, I mean, Dave for 26 years. Gerhard was in there for maybe 20, 18, 19, something like that. Of just like putting out the most high end comics that they possibly could, which was extremely high end. Yeah, there's that too. Did you stick around with your comic long enough to, like, develop certain, like, psychological problems? No? Then don't come don't come around here talking about no records. God damn it, Dave earned his pariah state. It's like issue 55 or around there for Gerhard, 56. I can't see what you say because of the stupid heart thing. 65? Is it that far in? Yeah, thinking about it, because like 55 is around when Weishaupt is still convincing Cerebus to be prime minister again. And it's the issue where the bishop, whose name I actually forget, is like it starts out with him just being shocked that Cerebus has been named Pope, I believe. So yeah, we're ways off from there. Yeah, 65 would make sense then. I briefly considered doing revisits on Cerebus issues, just like yeah, let's do some high society. Yeah, let's do Nobody would watch it though. I get like 5 views at best per video. Yeah, well, his art was like it improved fast. Is one of the interesting things. I mean, not super fast because he was going bi-monthly, but um, like there's a huge jump between like issue 1 and issue, I don't know, like 12, and then another one between issue 12 and issue 20, around there. And then by the time, and yeah, around there he starts cranking them out monthly, and it starts just like steamrolling. And I mean, High Society is still like one of the best comic stories of all time to me, in terms of like a comedy story. Like I don't think you can beat that. And then you get to like Mothers and Daughters, and it's like, okay, I like, which I still enjoy, other than a couple of issues around like the 2/3 mark maybe, but um, it's just like oh, so this is just one of the best looking. This is just the best looking black and white comic there is. Period. By that point. Yeah. Yeah, I think I had some of those swords issues where he was talking about like 5, 6, and 7 when he started, yeah, like having an awakening and just like, wait, I don't have to just draw the things that Barry Windsor Smith drew. That's crazy. And he's doing like Art Deco shit and all that. Odd factoid. This is something I don't mention because I don't know what to use this for, but apparently the day Dave Sim got married is the day I was born. It's just like I don't know what to do with that. That feels like it should be significant, but it can't be significant in a good way. So maybe I'll just shut the fuck up. It's like the Denny marriage did not go particularly well, so maybe I won't like bring that up to anybody. I don't know. But it feels like desperately trying to grasp for like a connection of some kind. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but that is weird, right? And another funny thing, all my family lives in Kitchener now, where Dave still lives, as does Gerhard. I found out, and like as far as I can tell, Gerhard is not like buds with Dave in any kind of way anymore, and they still live like I don't know, a couple miles from each other. But yeah, I'm going out to visit in like a couple of months. And I just know like I'm gonna go, hey, let's go wander the streets of Kitchener and just like keep my eyes open, like where is he? Is he around here? Okay, that's enough. Ah shit, I didn't do the back fins on these guys. Would it conflict? I mean kinda. You still gotta put them in though. And just like see if I can get some print copies together in case I run into him on the street, you know. Oh no, he's done with the bars. I'm quite sure. Unless we're talking about Gerhard, he might be in the bars. Apparently, he was a party guy. But did you read all the way through until? Yeah, I assume you read all the way through until like Dave got super religious. Like it really was like so, like people get religion. Dave got super religion. Yeah, yeah, and sometime around the end of Mothers and Daughters, when he was doing research for Rick's story, apparently he's like, okay, so I know I'm going to be doing this parody of the King James Bible because I got the annotate. He had those things. Yeah, no, he had a couple of books where he released like letters that he wrote, and I have those. They're collection, like collected letters. I have the one anyway. I don't have number two. I don't think. And yeah, like he got like crazy religious and like decided to start leading an ascetic lifestyle. So like got rid of everything he didn't need. And just kind of, you know, Sold it off if he could. If he couldn't, he'd give it away. Lives on like a subsistence diet. I'm not even sure what that is, but apparently his doctors are very happy with him. And prays 5 times a day. And still, like when he's talking, like when he's doing his, because he's got his channel that he does, right? He still seems to be, the same guy. But yeah, no, super religion. Which is something, because like, man, like considering who his audience was, it's like it was largely what he would call humanist, secular feminists, really, like liberals. And he, he cut out the feminists and the liberals, or at least the people who weren't willing to just stick around and like hear him talk about whatever. And then he cut out the secularists, the agnostics and everything. And so by the end, it's like a circulation of, I don't know, a couple of thousand. It's crazy considering where he was. And then I think back to like the Mine All Mine speech around issue 100, where he's pissed off because he only has a circulation of like 30, 40,000, something like that. Yeah, we are talking about Dave Sim. And yeah, just like the change he took from like church and state to Cerebus 300, where he's like this, completely different person, which, it's a long period of time, so it makes sense. But yeah, you get the feeling like if Dave these days met Dave from like 1983, 84, he just wouldn't have any kind of time for him. Maybe, yeah, well, he maybe be able to talk with him actually, but because, he does like to talk, and he did like to talk back then. Yeah, so like, yeah, he just like had absolutely no audience, and like there's like parts where he kind of laments this sort of exile he's in, but it's like, man, you kind of put yourself there with the audience you built up, and then kind of heel turning on him. Like, you can't go, yeah, no, I'm a secular humanist liberal myself, and then go, just kidding, fundamentalist religion, conservative values, all that kind of shit. So I feel like that's how stuff like Cyranists and Kabbalists started out, was as a feminist thing. And then it turned into a parody of feminism. Yeah, the male light, female void. It's funny because he looks back at that now, and it's like, man, it's like trying to, like, basically he was like throwing out his treatise on how he thought it went, and because he's super religious now, everything is a message from God. He figures God kind of went, no, Dave, it's not that. And then he did issue 186. Oh no, wait, I'm thinking of the there's the 112, 113 male light, female void, and then there's the 186 male light, female void. And he did that one. He's like, no, Dave, no, it's not that either. It's this mashup of Muslimism, Islamicism, and Judaism and Christianity. That's what it is. It's like, oh, fuck. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah. He actually does write himself a letter. Should I bother looking for this? I feel like I should. When am I going to get a chance to talk about this, right? Because I have the Cerebus the Aardvark remaster. This is one of those few things that I will spend $20 for an issue for. And in it, he writes himself a letter from when he started this. And it's like, it's almost heartbreaking, but he's just saying it matter-of-factly in some ways. It's like, where's the original artwork for the first drawing I ever created of Cerebus in January of 1977? It's this one here. Is it lost or stolen? How pleased my 20-year-old self would be to see this. People will still be talking about this character I created more than 40 years from now. Gene Day will be dead in less than 5 years. You will be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Denny will be long gone out of your life, remarried and then divorced. The 300th issue will come out on schedule in 2004. You'll be a nearly universally hated outlaw, like Steve Ditko. It's like, yeah, got it. Neil Adams will like you and know your work. How surreal would that be? You will never experience actual love. Barry Windsor Smith will paint a front and back cover for one of your reprint collections. At the age of 50, you will be completely estranged from your family. You will still be making a living in comics in your 60s. You'll be an alcoholic and a drug addict for 20 years. You will become a conservative and devout monotheist. You will never become genuinely wealthy or genuinely famous, but a copy of Cerebus #1 will sell for $10,600 in 2004. No famous person will ever be a fan of your work. It's like, shit, man. Yeah, this is, well, I mean, I'm talking about since Cerebus ended. This is the 20-year anniversary, right? Fuck's sake. That's crazy. It does make sense, like with events that from my life, but like, shit, that's a long ass fucking time. Well, like that is like a surreal kind of letter to send to yourself, It's like, oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, that's a legit challenge to Dave Sim. It feels like a little different because it's not just, it's not just Dave running the show, or although Dave even he had his assistant, whereas Eric Larson basically has a small company helping him to run his. But I mean, he did write and draw like every single fucking issue, so that's legit. I think he's on like around close to 270. But he's been taking very long to get issues out recently. I'm not sure why that is. I haven't been reading them. It is 270 he's on now, I think. So, and I'm not part of that community, so I don't know what the deal is. I just know that every once in a while I check in to be like, "Hey, what's Savage Dragon on?" And it's like it was like 265 for like 6 months, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah." 265 was like April of last year. 266 was July. 267 was January, and 268 is scheduled. So I don't know what's going on with him. If he's got something going on in his life or something, I hope everything's cool. I kind of half hope that he gets to issue 301 and that he puts on a banner that says actual, you know, self-published comic book for world record, all that shit. I think he is. I mean, like, at the very least, his last issue came out like a couple of months ago. So he's. I think it's probably business shit. You know, he is still involved with Image and all that stuff. I don't think he has a lot to do with it anymore. Pretty sure he's just kind of running his own show, but oof, nice lines. Good shit. He is. He does have that in mind. Eh? That's cool, and he should go for it. I hope he does. Like he deserves it a whole lot more than Todd does. The problem is that Todd is always going to stay ahead of him because Todd's is a machine, right? It's not a self-published comic; it's an industry. So it's not like you can ever catch up to him. I don't think. Hmm. 305. Eh, that's a weird number. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they're competitive guys. All right, I think I'm going to grab a smoke. Gotten some decent work done so far. Some decent, not fun work. And I've been enjoying where the conversation goes. It's a danger when we start talking about Dave Sim because I will just start going. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, smoke time. Back shortly. Where the fuck is my phone? Okay, for real. Nope. Not it. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Oh, damn. There's been a little bit of talking here. Predator big game. Or Magnus Robot Fighter versus Predator. Because that first one by Barry Windsor Smith, I loved that in like grade 9. And just have the problem is, of course, that Magnus is holding up his fist. So if you do hawk stab, then the blades just block out like half of Cyber Zerk behind him there. Let's see here. The 4-page spreads for oh man, that's another one that I mean, if I was going to do a reference to, I could do Uncanny 275. I don't have enough characters yet, I don't think, but where'd my ruler go? Here we are. For the triple gatefold, though. But if we're talking about a cover that I thought was amazing when I was a kid, I have thought about doing that Uncanny 268 cover with Cap and Black Widow. I kind of did the Youngblood #1 pose. Like my first attempt at a cover that won't actually get published was very similar. It's funny. Like, yeah, no, I'd like to do an homage to an image cover because that's in theme. But the problem is most of them are so friggin' boring and unimaginative. What am I doing? It should be black. It should be more black always. Well, that's the thing, because most of it is just, guys standing there, or three or four guys standing there, or something along those lines. Or, they're punching or they're shooting. I'd like to do like an actual composition of some kind. Yeah, like I mean, for image, there's like nothing. You think of like those first few ones, like Youngblood #1 it's just a bunch of guys standing around. At least they're standing around in a recognizable way, so you can do something with that. But like, it's not a great cover or anything. Spawn #1 doesn't really fit much, and I mean, it's nice looking, but a big part of why it's nice looking is the Ollie optics, which I do not have access to. You know, I know you guys weren't sure about that, but yeah, that's another good one. The Gen 13 one. That's Jason Pearson, right? I think so. I was not aware that he passed away. That's such a drag. There's a few comic artists like, what? It's like, yeah, no, like 10 or 15 years ago or whatever. And it's like, oh, fuck's sake. I think Scott Clark I found out about like just before I did the Stormwatch #1 revisit. Only actually just color it all black. Max versus Pitt. Oh man, is there a Max versus Batman? I'm not aware of that one. Shoot, what was I planning on putting on these? I mean, I'd do the hollow foil if I could. I don't know even if that can be done these days. I assume it can through somebody. Like theoretically, we should be able to have like access to all of that shit now, right? I know you can get like a foil version. Like if you did like print on demand or something like that. There are ways to get a foil version of your copy of your comic, which is cool. I don't know about hollow foil though. And Trencher homage. Yeah. Again, I don't know if I can. I'd be willing to give it a shot. But it's like I barely understand what I'm even looking at when I see that thing. It'd probably take me hours. Oh, stupid fucking thing. Like, instead of shading, you keep doing dead lines in and around there, that kind of thing. And it's like I kind of understand what that would be like, but like I feel like not really. Can you hear my phone going here? Okay, I think that's gonna have to do it for this. Still gotta finish this fucking gun here. Yeah, man, I can't imagine coloring that book. Like, how do you even pick which areas are, okay, this is an object, this is an object over here, that kind of thing. Say, okay, this will be a shape today, why not? Hopefully Keith understands. Which one do you pick though? I mean, because the pack number one cover sucks, and it's like it's a fun in joke, but at the same time, then your cover just sucks, and anybody who's not in on the joke is just like, man, fuck that book. It have to be something like, I mean, number two's not. It's better. It's also a gatefold thing, which is difficult, but you can work on that. It feels like pack number three would be the best option for that kind of thing with the crazy fucking day glow colors on there. Yeah, two is a fold out. Yeah. Exactly. Like I can make it not suck, but then how much of an homage is it? And I'm not even for sure I can make it not suck. Like it's a challenge, but see that does again, like it makes for a fun inside joke, but that doesn't convince anybody to open their wallet. Going, oh, it was it was an homage to something that sucked. Oh, that's cool. Moving on. You know, I mean, there are a bunch of iconic ones. The thing is, they're mostly old, like, 60s, 70s, a few from the 80s. It would be cool doing something for like Craven's Last Hunt or something, for instance. Just nothing would really work, at least at this point. Because Craven's Last Hunt has some of the best covers. There's probably a couple of G.I. Joe covers we could rip off. Just thinking of Mike Zeck stuff now. He's got some good ones. Yeah, like there's no good Image covers. Like, what's a good Spawn cover? The Angelina one is something. I feel like you got to save it for a female villain, though. Like two with the sitting in the graveyard. It's a nice cover. I don't know if it's iconic. Three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and then he just gets to like stuff with Spawn sitting on a roof, just over and over again. Is there a silent issue of Spawn, or are we or are we referencing a Zek cover? Actually, I think that predated the Zek covers, the silent issue, but that's okay. Part of me almost wants to like just parody the covers that Rod ripped off of other people and then claims are iconic, like for him. But I think you get sucked down a rabbit hole that way. That would work. The what if issue. That's not a bad one. Yeah, yeah. The Hulk annual. What's the Hulk annual? I never looked at a Hulk annual cover. I don't think, except some of the later ones, which like at that point it's like who cares? Oh, that one, the Steranko one. Is it Steranko? Yeah, I feel like that's been referenced a lot lately. Good suggestions. Not 03. 003. There we go. There we go. That's a good question. I think that's like around 385 ish, 387, something like that, with the Hulk shooting the big gun. That would be a decent one to reference. You're right. That doesn't make any sense. That's a good one. The shock plug one. I like that idea. And Beats looking up like static number one or something like that. It's funny when I decided that he was going to be, an electric guy. I was not aware that it was a trope that the black guy is electric. It's like, oh shit, I played right into their hands. Yeah, like 349 ish. That's a no background cover too. I've got all of those. Art Adams ones are tricky, right? Yeah, so there's like 348. It's not a bad one. Probably better than that one for this anyway. There's also this one here by Walt, which is a pretty great one. Yeah, no, I was not aware. I knew about Static. I think I knew about Black Lightning. I didn't realize that that's like the power they give to the black guy. It's like, oh shit. Like it's a good thing that my thing is all about is satire anyway. Or I might have felt guilty about that shit. Is that why? I feel like that was just more of a typical diversity hire kind of thing that they do, but which I don't particularly care about. But if they're actually referencing it, that'd be weird. I don't know that that would be in their best interests. See, I don't mind that Avengers idea. The problem is like, you don't have the panning. Yeah, no, there's plenty of good stuff that we can figure out. I do like that Walt cover there. That can definitely be used at some point. And I feel like it doesn't get referenced very much. That's the thing about like the old school ones. There's some great covers that just don't get referenced because it's like they're too old for the generation now. They don't get them. Like they don't remember them. Oh, feel free. Curious to hear how this goes. Oh, he's typing, isn't he? This is going to be a treatise. Oh, the number 5, like the best cover Jim Lee's ever drawn. Yeah, that'd be a good one. No, no. I like to think we've all built up some leeway if it came to that. Hmm. No, it's true. I mean, if we're talking about the insanely large guns on that particular cover, this was him making fun of that shit too. So there's that. The speed lines, yeah. I don't know if people really, yeah, I guess they do because I mean, I was aware of it when I started doing this. That is a thing that just flat out works, though. I think it's one of those things where, like, if you use it appropriately, it's fine. You know, that the problem is that somebody like Rob Liefeld uses it instead of drawing a background as opposed to using it just to enhance the scene. Like, he does use it to enhance the scene, but it's there's also a bit of like, I don't have to draw that when I don't want to draw here. And the shoulder pads, I don't know. I think I, I don't know that like the overly elaborate costumes are really Simonson's thing. I remember a couple of things with like there is the fact that like he draws, it's like proto image, you know. It's extremely dynamic and super stylish. I guess the difference is just that, like, it's again Wallywood versus Rob Liefeld or whoever, where just he knew what he was doing. Like, it's a difference between knowing how to draw and just doing it because it saves time or because it's super cool, but you don't really understand it, that kind of thing. Hey, Redums, how's it going? Yeah, that's the I and part of the problem is I haven't read enough Walt yet. I get, I'm getting there. I still feel like I got a ways to go. before I can even really comment too much on his style. But from what I've seen, I mean, like it's more like it's like people don't give Art Adams shit. He does all that stuff too, and I would say that he's worse for some things, but like he spends so long on a piece of work, and it's extremely well done. But like the whole thing with um just drawing like hot chicks, that's an Art Adams thing, man. He did an awful lot of that. And it's like, no, but he's not like a Frank Cho or anything like that. And then you look at his sketchbooks and it's like, well, it's a little bit of Frank Cho. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. The plague doctor thing. They're not bad. I can't get them looking great in every single panel. Like I'm at the point now where it's just like I need to finish this and get off of this page. I'm gonna see it through, but it's gonna be painful the entire time. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's something about that generation, the image generation, that just rubs people the wrong way. Where you don't want to give credit for putting in the work. And I think in some people's cases, you're correct. But I mean, the pieces, the guys that do know what they're doing, nobody criticizes them anyway. Like nobody gives Silvestri shit. Nobody gives Keown shit for like not drawing the right things. Like yeah, they draw like they have a tendency to draw awesome shit as opposed to drawing good storytelling sometimes. But like for the most part, they know what they're fucking doing. I appreciate it, guys. I know a lot of it is just that Liefeld like ruined it for everybody. The image guys get kind of tarred with the same brush by association. I feel like not too many people would have shit on Jim Lee too much, except for the image thing. And then, just how big he got when he doesn't necessarily deserve it. I mean, you still don't get a ton of people shitting on Jim Lee, though. It's mostly just me and a couple of people. Sure. But I mean, Frank Cho's got a fair bit of like, oh shit, what's his name? Adam Hughes in him. Where it's just like, okay, you're really good at it, but like drawing boobs and shit. But we can tell you got really good at it by drawing them a lot. But he is really good at it. So, I'm not calling anybody out or anything. Yeah, I mean the stuff Jim takes shit for these days is mostly because he took that job that he probably shouldn't have taken. But I mean, they offer you 8 figures. What are you gonna do? By the time he was like It was like the late 90s. He was pretty much just in it for the money. So it's like, fuck, well, let's offer him all the money then. It's like, okay, you win. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. And yeah, I don't know what they're. I don't keep on top of whatever the crisis is at Marvel or DC these days. It man, it doesn't seem getting worked up as much as people do. It's like, man, remember the days when things were just allowed to suck, and if they did, you just didn't buy it. Yeah. Oh well. Everybody wants to get everybody wants to get super mad about everything. It's like, okay, go ahead. I'm not getting involved myself. It is not worth it. Yeah, I just hey Jay, how you doing, bud? Yeah, all the whatever drama stuff is going on, it seems like people really get involved in it, and then just like, no, not worth it. Although, I mean, that does seem like that's like just what people are in comics now for, so they can get involved in Twitter drama. Yeah, I kind of forgot about the image parody aspect a while back, didn't I? At least with like the tech halls. Now it's just like, okay, draw some tech halls. Fuck. I could have been done this like on that first day. Just like screen doors every which way. Oh yeah. I do want to work on getting more black into everything. The crosshatch gray is fun, but like it doesn't make for a better looking comic, particularly since it's all in black and white so far. That's not quite right. It's tilted way too much. Well, we won't redo the Dave Sim convo, but and honestly, I have no rants about mothers and daughters. Although that might start its own rant for somebody, but I still enjoy mothers and daughters quite a bit. I just skip the text pieces, which is kind of what I did the first time around, really. Read them and just went, huh, okay. And then, nope, not even part of the story. So why would I read this? No, it's getting too thin. Shit. It's starting to look great. Not quite there yet. Greats going in opposite directions. Will that be a problem? That's interesting to see. Okay, these are getting pretty. We're not keeping consistent distances at all. Consistent distances. Fuck's sake, man. Oh, are we talking about mothers and daughters? I thought you said not to. Again, I don't read the I go back and reread Mothers and Daughters every once in a while. I don't read the text pieces. I don't read the forwards or the note from the president or any sort of essays he puts in the back for the most part. Every once in a while I'd be like, what was this about again? And read it and go, yeah, no, that's okay. This doesn't feel right, this line. Shit, what is it? Oh, man. I don't think he'd do it. Like for a tiny non-channel by a guy who is on record stating he hates drawing backgrounds. I don't think I'm the guy who'd have his respect there. It's gonna have to be that. I would totally interview the guy though. But like, well, I suppose I would anyway. I think I'd have difficulty finding shit to say because I'm not an interviewer. Being interviewed was much more fun than interviewing last time. Did you? Yeah. The Watchmen essays I had to come back to a few times. Like the first few times through, when I was like 15, 16, first reading that shit, it was just like, okay, this tech stuff isn't necessary. I didn't bother with it really. Eventually got around to it. And it's like, yeah, no, that did make it better. Don't need to read it again now. I do vaguely remember you, Jay, by the way, getting Gerhard to ink bricks in the background. I also remember the Alan Moore piece, which was at the Beguiling. Pigheaded Soul is my friend Jay, who grew up with me in Toronto. Oh, fuck off. You gotta read the Watchmen prose. We can read it any fucking way we want, but yeah, I think the two of us met Dave twice at signings. Gerhard was at the first one. It was just Dave at the second one. And I met him a third time. And the first one would have been when Gerhard was there. And yeah, you get him to do the bricks and everything. I remember I had a bunch of early issues, like in the teens. And I had them all bagged and boarded. And Dave gave me shit for it. He's like, "Oh man, if I mess these up, you're gonna kill me." I'm like, "Oh, well, now I feel a bit like shit. I maybe shouldn't have been so particular about him or something." And since then, honestly, it's been difficult giving a shit about the condition of comics. So I don't know if he did me a favor or fuck shit up for me or what. And then the second time at the Beguiling, yeah, I remember you got him to draw. I think I couldn't think of anything interesting, so I just like asked Cerebus, and you got him to draw fucking Alan Moore, and he had to figure out what the fuck to put down there. It's like, oh Jesus, nobody's ever asked for this. And then the third time I saw him at the Snail on Queen Street in Toronto. I was actually working downtown, so I knew he was going to be there and stopped by after work. And I guess all of the if there had been a crowd, it was long gone. Because like I looked in the back, nobody was there. It's like shit. So are they done? It's like no, they're upstairs because Silver Snail had an upstairs, which I never went to because as far as I knew, it was like manga and shit. And so I go up the stairs, and there's this little table set up facing the stairs. And it's just like the owner of the store and Dave Sim, and they were chatting. And then when I came up the stairs, they looked right at me and stopped talking. And I just like froze. And just like, hey. So yeah, just kind of shot the shit with those guys for a second. That was fun. And the issues that he brought down was like issue 202. No, this is like 260. It was like right at the beginning of Latter Days. Oh shit, this is kind of done. Cool. Fuck off, Paige. And I think the first one with him being the shepherd had just come out, and he brought down If 5 Bar Gate Be My Destiny. Like, he brought down his copies. And he gave me a free copy. And it's like, I didn't know if he was like pulling a trick on me or not. So I'm like, oh, cool, thank you. And took it downstairs. And I'm like, Dave gave me this. Do I pay for it or what? He's like, no. Sweet. So I got a free copy of that particular book. Make me exactly. It was a good one. It wasn't quite up to snuff with what he had in the comic, but like for off the cuff, it was pretty fucking impressive. Yeah, me and Jay grew up together. Jay he's done a couple of revisits. The team up revisits I've done on Max number 1 and Spawn number 10. And we actually have a long conversation about Cerebus in that. And we're working on doing another one, actually. Hopefully sometime this week when you're feeling better. I guess I'll just black that in. Why not? But we're done doing the highbrow shit, at least for the moment. Or I don't know. It's not exactly lowbrow, but and really how highbrow is like Spawn. We're done doing stuff. We have like, I don't know, where we get into the deep history of something. Yeah, Pig is Jay. Yep. Yeah, that was like the one con we went to. Wills was there too. Wills was cool. Wills was on time. I don't remember a single thing about Wills, to be honest, other than that he smiled very nicely. And yeah, Dale, and I think it's Brian Holguin or something. He had one of those. Showed up like 2 hours late, and we were like first in line, and they were fucking wrecked from whatever party they'd been at the night before. Black Flag. Oh, for this stuff. Thank you, man. Dan Frank is not a bad inker. Trying to remember anything else about that con. There really isn't a lot. I remember walking away with a whole bunch of pogs and posters, like promotional posters for like Warblade Ripclaw and Team 7 and shit like that. No, I never met Robert Todd. Oh, is there a child protagonist in Black Flag? I had no idea. I've never really even tried to read it. No, I've never met any of the big guys. That was like the one con that we went to for Image guys. Ooh, I get some nice feathering going on here. Let's see how long we can keep that up. The only other I've been to like 3 conventions in my life. There was one at the Metro Toronto Convention Center, I want to say, something like that. Right when I was getting into comics, and this was in like grade 9, I guess, where I didn't really have any comics knowledge yet. And John Buscema was there. I didn't know anything about John Buscema, so I didn't have anything. I think I bought like a copy of Mephisto versus the Avengers for him to sign, so just so I would have something. Yeah, I know you do, you fuck. I was hoping I at least still had the Pogs, but like, they seem to have disappeared over the years, unfortunately. Oh, nice. Now, I would have liked to meet like, some real guys. Like, Wills is pretty great. But like, he's never been one of the top guys. And he's not like a legend kind of guy. Well, maybe these days he kind of is, but oh yeah, I mean, if you live in New York, I assume that you just have access that a lot of us don't. You grow up in Toronto, it's like, yeah, you're gonna get the Canadian guys, you know. So yeah, Dale Keown will show up. I'm sure Todd showed up at some point. I never heard of it. And at the one where we brought our first self-published stuff, Adam Polino was there, which is a name nobody knows as far as I can tell, but it's a name I'm familiar with because of that con, essentially. No way. I was wondering, like, how much did you have to shell out for that thing? But if you did it for nothing, that's amazing. Good shit, man. Well done. And you want to say something like, man, those old school guys are pretty great like that. And it's like, well, some of them. You would not have gotten a free sketch from John Byrne, from what I understand. No, I'm not saying gimmick 3 times fast. You can go right ahead and tell me how you did. I have enough difficulty speaking as it is. Man, that's crazy. Well, no, because it's just gonna be like, I'll do it, but it's just gimmick. It's like, is that actually gimmick twice? Did I pronounce that G the second time? I'm not sure if I did. That's crazy. Like the idea of getting like free sketches. I feel like you couldn't even do that anymore. And I mean, like, even with the Legend guys, because like they're not making money off Marvel, so or whatever, comics aren't making a ton of money these days. It's like they kind of need it. A lot of them. Fucking Larry Hama is having to charge for sketches these days, or for unattributed signatures. Oh, you mean okay? That's pretty sweet meeting Stan. It would have been interesting meeting Kirby, because I feel like he was not a social person at all. I feel like maybe we could have understood each other a little bit. Oh, Jack Kirby? Yeah, I mean that was like what he was for, right? It was just like, yeah, no, I'm here to put stuff down on paper. Every minute of every day. It's fucking nuts. Yeah. Good luck with that, man. If you ever find one, let me know. Oh fuck, I got a bubble on top here, don't I? Shit. Do I have a brush I can use? Boop. I don't take care of my brushes at all, so they're all in they're like 3 uses and out for the most part. Oh. Yeah, this isn't even remotely ready to be used. It's like fucking rock solid. So there's a bit of shortcutting going on here, but I feel like I've earned a little bit of leeway with that popo up there. Try to keep it somewhat, not make it just like shapes or something. Don't go full merit. Never go full merit. The funny thing, of course, is that is not how his name is pronounced. But I refuse to say it correctly. Shit. I'm considering getting some of those Frank Miller Batmans eventually. but that is just for comedy value. Although it would be interesting to see like latter day Jim Lee, because I haven't really seen any of it. Like I didn't see any of his Batman stuff. I don't know what else he did. Did he do Action Comics? I feel like he did for a little bit. Yeah, he did the 1000 anyway, or part of that, one of the covers anyway. But yeah, the terrible Frank Miller dialogue and late period Jim Lee. That sounds like an interesting couple of issues to go over before I get sick of it, perhaps. I was just thinking, like, they should have called that series instead of All Star Batman and Robin or whatever. It should have just been The Goddamn Batman. I'm sure that joke's been made a million times, though. Okay. Here, I will leave this up here while I go grab one more smoke. That's what time is it? It's like almost 3 o'clock. Fuck's sake. I disagree, but all right. You believe what you want to believe on that one. I want to see a fully researched thread on that by the time I get back. What? That's not how you English. 5 minutes, be back. All right. Ugh. Apologies. Oh. Okay, where were we? I would love to hear opinions on All-Star Batman. I'd never read it. I've just seen like a couple of, I think I like when it first came out and they were first starting to deride it. I saw a couple of clips with like, Robin having to eat bats. And the classic bit of I'm the goddamn Batman. Focus, thank you. I mean, some of the art I've seen from that is pretty good in terms of like the line count, that kind of thing. It's like, yeah, Jim Lee's working. He's not half-assing anything. I don't know if it has that creativity that he gets from working with Whilce. I assume Scott Williams inked it because I don't think Jim Lee would allow himself to be inked by anybody else unless it was himself. It'd be interesting seeing one of the other like good inkers working on Jim Lee. You never see that shit. Here's an interesting question I actually don't know the answer to. Is Scott Williams like the last guy who's considered a great inker? And by last, I mean, like obviously there's guys who were considered great who are still going, but I mean the last one who came into it and like established himself the latest, I suppose. Like I would be surprised if there's somebody else, but that I just don't know about because I'm not very, still not very knowledgeable about some things. mean, I guess not too long after. That was a little while. I was going to say not too long after Scott Williams established himself is when they started going to largely, the penciler inks himself, or it's all done in with computer colors anyway. Yeah. Vince Coletta. And I mean, not new, but noteworthy just because of how badly he fucks everything up. But it's funny. He was held in such high regard, too, by Marvel. I assume because he stayed on schedule, because he didn't draw half the shit that was going on the pages. Garvey, okay. Who's the other one you got here? Oh, I can't quite read that. Kenningart. I never heard of him, actually. Okay. One of the guys I do think is pretty great, who doesn't get mentioned as a great inker, is Richard Friend. The stuff he was doing with Travis Charest is still fucking mind-blowing. And if you see his Instagram these days, like, he's just a full-on fucking artist himself now. But I don't know that he's really held in that kind of esteem. It doesn't feel like he is. But yeah, if you're not familiar with like Richard Friend's Instagram, go check it out. He does some unreal fucking shit these days. Like super heavy shadows. Like, that's the guy who understands the value of using a whole lot of black and using it effectively. All right. What kind of stuff were they inking? Again, I don't think I've ever heard of them. We got to do the hamster wheel here. One last time. greats and greats and greats and greats and greats and greats and greats. Oh, Rom Spacing. Jesus. All right. Going back a ways. Yes, Kevin Nolan is a good one. Came out just, I mean, you know, like established himself, I feel like just before Scott Williams did. But yeah, that's a good call. Everything looks like a Kevin Nolan drawing if he inks that, which is a good thing, particularly when he's inking somebody who's not quite as good as he is. There was that pinup in Wildcats, whatever the fuck it was. Oh, probably the special actually, where it's like, yeah, no, that would be a pretty good drawing, and then Kevin Nolan inks it. It's like, you know, this is actually quite good now. Let me see. What can I use for, I guess, French curve on this? Or my big curve template, maybe. Feels like that's gonna. Yeah, the problem with that is that it tapers off too quick. Fuck, that's a good question. It would definitely be more interesting. I think you would make it better, definitely. I don't know if it would get up to decent. That's asking an awful lot. That's it. I mean, there's a couple of merit drawings that are like almost good. Well, okay, almost decent. And I have to wonder if, you know, like, because nobody credits properly on those things. It's like, is that the fact that it looks fairly good? Is that down to the inker? Is that down to he got a buddy who was nearby to help him out with that particular drawing? It's like, I don't even know. And there's no way to know for sure because I'm pretty sure if you asked him, he'd say, no, I drew all that. Sienkiewicz. Sienkiewicz has been around since the 70s, is all. But he's an exceptional inker. I mean, he's an exceptional artist. I love Bill Sienkiewicz's stuff. Even the stuff where I don't, every once in a while he'll do something. It's like, I don't even know if that looks good, but I like that you did it. Yeah. But I mean, that guy is so skilled. It's like he learned how to, because he was a Neil Adams clone to start out with. So learned how to really draw shit before he kind of branched out and went, okay, now I'm gonna do something fucking crazy every single time. I find myself wondering a little bit. It's like, doesn't that get tiring? Just having to come up with a nutty version of the thing every time you draw. Like, don't you want just draw some normals once in a while? It's like maybe that's just how Bill Sienkiewicz sees the world, though. Jolton Joe Sinote. I honestly don't. I can't tell the difference between Joe Sinote and a bunch of guys, because I don't know. Some of those old school inkers, man. It's great looking stuff, but it's like I'm not a good enough inker to know what he's doing really well and not. Interesting. I'm not, Sienkiewicz is one of those guys. I'm sure he'd be an interesting interview, but if he starts talking about his process, I almost feel like I would zone out a little bit, because it's like, you can talk about your process, you're not going to make me understand how you decided to come to this particular conclusion. I might be able to go like, oh, I see. So you did this and this. I gotcha. You're not gonna make me understand why you did that. Okay, I need to reference the fucking original hamster wheel here. This is too far over. Yeah, I did. I think that's probably a lot of us. It feels like you can get like the best kind of control with ballpoint sketches sometimes. As opposed to whatever the fuck I'm doing here. Let's just try and fill this thing up with Unicron parts and see if that works. Oh yeah, I think I did the when I did the revisit of Prophet number 1 way back. Well, way back probably meaning like 7 months or something. I did a brief run through of the Prophet Remastered, which included that Jim Rugg page that got kind of excluded, which I still think is a bit of a crime compared to some of the crap that got in there. I wonder if that video's been demonetized actually, because that has some Mastodon in it. I gotta check that out now. No, no, no. We're not that kind of parody. Profit number 1. Still being monetized. Kind of looks like it. Feels like it shouldn't be then. Yeah. It's funny because like every once in a while I'll get like some kind of notification like, oh, this hyper page you did 8 months ago. Like the hyper page for like cover for issue 1, where I just played Let Your Backbone Slide the entire time. It's like, this has been demonetized. It's like, just now? I mean, you know, those when I do those ones, it's with full knowledge that they're going to get demonetized. It's like, oh shit, I won't get the 50 views worth of ad revenue off of that. That's okay. The speed art things, nobody watches those. Maybe a couple of you guys do. I know Montoya does, which I appreciate. Because I had times where I've just been like, I should just cut this the fuck out of the entire channel. Nobody gives a fuck. And then, like the next day, it's like, well, I mean, it takes like half an hour to put together. And then, you keep up with putting a thing out every single day, right? Which is not like a necessity, but we all have our suspicions about how the algorithm works. Nobody's confirmed anything, but I'm reasonably sure part of the deal is that, you get a bit of a wider range if you upload every day. I don't think it's much. In terms of a boost, but I appreciate it, man. No, the ones I use, the songs I use in those, theoretically at least, are non-copyright. I did all of a sudden get a whole bunch of demonetization strikes, like not like strikes, but just notifications off of ones that were used with a particular. Well, the guy I was using the most, actually. So I just stopped using that guy. And I've got like 12 that I kind of cycle through now. And I haven't been hit with anything on those. Again, they don't generate any kind of revenue, so I don't think it really matters that much, which is why, like, for stuff like covers and things, I like to just like put like a real song on there. If it gets blocked, and then I'll have to take that down and do something different. But Oh, what the music I use? Yeah, because it's you can do not there is non-copyright music. Like for those things I have playlists I downloaded, just like non-copyright epic whatever the fuck. Because you see people using that kind of stuff all the time, and some of them get like 6-7 figure view counts. So it's like there's no way they're giving that up just to use a song that's going to get them demonetized. The only problem is not all the stuff that claims it's non-copyright is non-copyright. Yeah, and I mean that's the reason I don't put music on here too, because it's like it gets blocked. I would like to. It doesn't come through very well. I've tried it once or twice, but like and even if it demonetized the stream, I'd consider it. Although I've had a couple of streams that actually like ended up getting a few, like, well, I had like one stream that got like 1,300 views, and that's like the most I've got on anything so far. But like it's not just that it gets demonetized. A lot of time it gets blocked. And it's just not worth it. Oh, which one? There's a couple that have where I've used some kind of music. I try not to, there was a while there where I put like, I don't know, just like something with a song on it on my Patreon. And then it was like difficult to find ones that were the right length of time. Like turns out I don't have too many songs that are like 2 minutes or a minute and a half. That's kind of rare unless it's the Hives because all of them are a minute and a half. I'm not like a big punk guy or anything because that would also probably work. And yeah, so oh, cool. Thanks, man. It's I don't, I'm just, I'm making shit up and hoping it looks okay at the end. That's about it. It's pretty similar to stuff that was in there before. Um, in middle of issue 2. Should probably draw this a bit more convincingly. If I'm gonna put ink down. Just gonna draw in from the sides. Take up as much room as I can before I have to get in on the grates. But yeah, both of the covers, issue 1 and issue 2, I've used real songs. Issue 1 was Let Your Black Bone Slut. Issue 2 was Raise Your Hands by Bon Jovi. Which I thought was hilarious. Because that's the kind of thing I think is hilarious. And very nicely, some bits actually matched up with what was going on the video, so that's all right. Shit, yeah, let's do some 03s, and I can scribble over it if I have to. 003 rather. Because this barely shows up anyway. And then, yeah, there was the Prophet number 1 where I had like 10 seconds of that Mastodon song with it just because that's that Jim Rugg image for me, is just, split your lungs with blood and thunder, Oh, and of course the 4-hour panel, which, we just finished the page up, where I can't remember who suggested it. Said I said something that reminded somebody of Let's Get Rocked. So I had to do the whole video of Let's Get Rocked, and it hasn't been blocked yet. Exactly. That's what I could definitely see getting blocked at some time. Is that the one, if you use a Def Leppard song? They seem like the guys who might do that, but they haven't yet. So gotta like that so far. One that did get blocked that I wasn't expecting at all was that Booker T clip I used at the end of one of the videos. Apparently, if you use like extended WWE footage, they're gonna flat out block your video. It's like, fuck, really? Like, I'm not trying to repost a match or something. I'm doing like 10 seconds of Booker T making an ass of himself, which is like the thing he does best. That's good. Oh, I think that was for Bloodstrike number 4. Because, which I, I had to clip it out. Oh, sorry, man. Which song in particular? There was Mastodon. There's for split your. If you go watch my Prophet number 1 revisit all the way through, all 30 minutes of it. I don't know what the name of the song is actually, but and then I've also used "Let's Get Rocked" by Def Leppard, and what was it? "Raise Your Hands" by Bon Jovi. And "Let Your Backbone Slide" by Maestro Fresh West, who's Canadian. Oh, Mastodon is the band name for that "Split Your Lungs with Blood and Thunder" thing. "Let's Get Rocked" is a Def Leppard song. There's no point to doing that one. That's okay though. I've been thinking of putting together a oh fuck, I forget what it's called. What's the name of that fucking service? I never use it. Is the thing. I can see the fucking logo in my head. Spotify. That's it. Because apparently you can do something with Spotify and Discord. Feel free. I personally like "Raise Your Hands." It's. I mean, part of it is the Spaceballs reference. Part of it is it just feels like it has the right kind of silly for Blood Force. Where it's like I don't know, it's fun and cheesy, and yeah, just kind of goofy. But yeah, for those who didn't know, Spaceballs has a Bon Jovi song in it. I think from before they got popular. Assuming, of course, that everybody's familiar with Spaceballs, but I think that's a safe assumption because you should be. It's funny. I tried watching Spaceballs again a couple of years ago, and couldn't get into it. It's like it's no shit. I think it might be a little bit too old, or just the wrong kind of old. And then Naked Gun, like I, watched that, and it's like, no, that is still funny. Which is surprising because I liked Spaceballs a lot more when I was a kid. I watched that fairly often. Naked Gun, I saw like a couple times, mostly because I don't know, they bring it in for like summer camp and shit. Yeah, I guess. I assume Mel Brooks was a huge Bon Jovi mark. They were like, "We need Lion," and he's like, "No, no, 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 no. I know who we need." Hey, Pixel, thanks, man. I haven't watched Young Frankenstein in forever. I remember it as still being hilarious, so I assume that that is the case. I hope it is. I can't imagine that movie not being funny. So the perspective on this is going to be a bit of a mess. It's some pretty faked perspective. No, that's fair. Where are we at? 4.5. I might need to call this. I'm like rapidly losing focus. I don't know. If I'm doing figures, I think I can go 5 hours, no problem. But like 4 hours of backgrounds, like holy shit, I didn't think I had it in me. Oh, a little bit missing here. Sure, why not? Young Frankenstein. Yeah, that's a good description of Young Frankenstein, a movie with gags. Like it, yeah. Naked Gun is definitely a gag movie, as is Spaceballs. I don't know. Young Frankenstein kind of rides the line, but I don't know. It's. I hope it's still good. I think it is. Just gotta look up some clips of Gene Wilder. I'm like, no, I'm sure this is still good. Just like, oh, I want you to listen to me very carefully. All right. This green tape might be stuck here forever now. Oh, gotcha. Get the fuck out of here. Thanks, man. Hey, fuck. I was hoping I could get them both done today, but like, holy shit, like that. Thinking about it, that's a long ass time just doing backgrounds. I do not do that. At least I got that one page done. Maybe I can get this thing wrapped up during the week somehow. I don't imagine when I would be able to do that because I got to do fucking review videos all week. I should be sending this shit to you, man. If you want to be my Gerhard, I will absolutely get in on that. But like, let's see, what are we doing tonight? I'm like halfway through another Uncanny X-Men revision. After this coming week, we're gonna get a dedicated week of X-Men because there's a couple of landmark issues. Oh, weird. I want to get out of the way, and finish up the storyline we're on, and then do a couple of from after that, and then move into the Silvestri era. Because I really would like to spend some time on those. I've really never read any of the Silvestri Uncannies, I think. I don't think so. It's weird. You'd assume like anybody who's like really into comics would have read the Silvestri run, or particularly like 90s superhero comics, but apparently not. I think they were already, because when I came in, he was already on Wolverine. So it's like they were back issues, and like it took me a while to figure out what the fuck a back issue was. And yeah. So we're gonna work through a whole bunch of the Silvestri era up until, well, the goal is to get to Inferno, and then I think we'll do a few more, and then we'll see after that. But like, I'm not doing anything post Jim Lee. I don't see any need to hit like the Whilce Portacio Uncannies at some point. After that, we'll just, and like I'm expecting to get through the Silvestris and the end of the Jim Lee era sometime around the beginning of next year. So we got a little while. I'm sure what to say. I was like, oh fuck, do I say no or do I fuck that up or what? We'll talk. All right. But I'm going to peace out. And thank you guys very much for sticking around, though. Oh, I should. Here. How are we doing so far? If I turn this off, or here, let's just turn it. There we go. And here. There we go. Coming along. Don't drop too much. Thank you. It's going to be a badass page when it does eventually get finished. Hopefully. Assuming I don't fuck it up too much. We'll have to see. Anyway. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. I'll see you guys around. Thanks again for sticking around. Have a good weekend.